Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is precisely 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will move into public comment. At this time, we will hear public comment. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of factual and specific information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will start. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible. And this board does understand that together we're stronger and we build better solutions when we maximize public input. So thank you for being here. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of this meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker was a spider. Excuse me for 1 minute, it's on my leg. I didn't kill it. Anyway, our first speaker is Angie Blake. Ms. Blake, I did not mean you were a spider. I truly had a little spider crawling on me.
Good. Good evening. I would like to talk a little bit about redistricting tonight. Redistricting is a very important issue that needs to be carefully examined with the input of the community, not the input of the trustees that could stand to benefit from it. It would seem that some of our trustees could possibly be entangled in enough questionable activities they may even need to consider recusing themselves in this process rather than ignoring the communities who have already spoken out regarding MAP E3. The parents are urging the board to adopt MAP E2, which would give the fairest districts. Anything else would just be for the gain and benefit of some people on this board. I would also like to discuss the resignation of Kent Scribner. My biggest question is why this was made public almost 1 month after the letter had been written to the board. I'm also questioning why the board would renew Scribner's contract knowing he was going to retire. Is this just to put a big chunk of taxpayer money in the pocket as he walks away? And you all wonder why we question the leadership of this board? It's because of decisions like this.
Thank you. Todd Daniels.
I want to just ask if the board would consider slowing down on voting on the redistricting so more of the community could hear what these maps that you're voting on. I think public comments before these people explain to you what the different maps mean is kind of out of order. I also note that Daphne's passing is a situation that is odd, and it leaves District 4 without any representative to defend that district or to decide is that fair. So District 4 is left out of this. She had an unexpired term. You could have appointed somebody. I think it was the right thing to move to a special election. I think everybody on this side, that side, and that side would want another election. But I would ask if you could consider tabling the decision on these districts until potentially after the special election for Daphne's district, so that her district is treated fairly and ethically. And I'd like you to take that into consideration. Also, I've been reading the education code, and I would refer you guys to 11.052, single member district trustee districts. I'm sorry, I had a tooth pulled today. I'm still a little loopy. Section H, at the first election, which some or all of the trustees are elected in a manner authorized in this section, and after each redistricting, all positions on the board shall be filled. The trustees then elected shall draw lots for staggered terms provided by section 11.059. So I wonder, you guys have a legal department. I think you need to query them. It might even be that if you do this redistricting, that you all have to stand for election again. I'm not sure. I've talked to a couple attorneys, but it's an open question, and you guys should investigate it. Again, I'm asking that you might consider a little bit more time. There's no rush for you guys to redistrict this, and it looks like kind of queer. Like, why do you need to redistrict it before you hold a special election when you could do it after? Her election was supposed to run for another, what, 4 years? 3 years? 3 years? Anyway, so just wondering, what's the rush? Give everybody more time. Give District 4 a fair shake on what happens in their district. She's not represented here. They're not represented here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Palmer.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I'd like to speak to you tonight on the redistricting. On December 9th, I went to the redistricting presentation at Arlington Heights, and there was information given. However, I have to express a complaint over the lack of accommodation for citizen input. There was a young lady there who asked questions. I asked multiple questions myself, among other people. But lady actually asked a couple of questions and got up and tried to make a statement that her questions were not being responded to directly. And then she left. She left the meeting. And based on the types of questions she was asking and statements she was making, I would dare say that you could surmise that her political views weren't the same as mine. But nevertheless, I believe that she should be heard. One of her questions was how many black people are on the redistricting committee? And the answer was 2. 2 out of 9, I believe, is the total number. And she asked if that was an adequate representation. And her question was not answered. She was actually responded to by somebody in the audience who I think was affiliated with the committee, saying, well, there's only 2 white people on there, too. So I don't think that that rises to the level of an adequate answer for her. You know, there's a phrase that we all are aware of. It's no taxation without representation. So the people in this community should be represented. I believe that Ms. Brooken's constituents should be represented as quickly as possible. I don't think anybody here disagrees with me on that. But if you're going to put forward a map and be able to make the statement that we have listened to the constituents, that we've listened to the parents, then you have to be able to demonstrate that somehow. I don't think that the Committee on Redistricting has enabled you to demonstrate that, or has enabled you to make that claim that you've listened to the parents. If you can take more time, you're the experts on this process. I don't know how much time you can take, but reach out to the parents, listen to the parents. I understand that there are parents in the community who have articulated to you what map they want you to adopt. There may be the appearance of one of the maps reflecting what the parents want and another map reflecting what individuals in this room want. I don't know. I've heard that. We really need to err on the side of caution here and listen to what the parents say. Adopt the map that the abundance of your community wants. And as far as Dr. Scribner's retirement or resignation, much of what Dr. Scribner touts as positive results are not measurable and therefore cannot be considered objectively. But what can be measured are the student test scores. According to TEA, these have plummeted for our students since Dr. Scribner was hired. Dr. Scribner also virtually tripled the district's debt through multiple disinformation campaigns. I urge you to make whatever steps you need to take to limit whatever consideration.
Thank you. Ken Cool.
Thank you, Board, Superintendent, and amazing Fort Worth ISD teachers and administrators that are here tonight. Thank you all for caring for and lifting up all our students. My daughter's a third grader in a Fort Worth ISD school. As you consider new boundaries for your single-member districts tonight, I wanted to take a moment to share about the importance of community. You know about this. You spent considerable time and effort realigning our high school pyramids to reflect the communities they serve. And although I know all of you care deeply about every Fort Worth ISD student, regardless of their pyramid or their trustee district, specific communities exist within these trustee boundaries, and they should be protected and maintained within any new redistricting boundaries. Through the experiences of participating in my daughter's education in a Fort Worth ISD school, I've learned what a huge role community engagement, and community representation on this board plays in your mission to educate our kids. In fact, there are constitutional requirements in place to protect community representation, and they are well stated on your agenda tonight, and I'll read them. Each single-member district should be equally populated within a 10% deviation between the highest and lowest populated district using latest census data. Such districts should be drawn in such a way as to not dilute the voting strength of racial minorities. To the extent possible, incumbents should keep their respective district. Furthermore, districts should be reasonably compact and contiguous, and efforts should be made to minimize voting precinct splits. Finally, communities of interest should be maintained as much as possible. Let me repeat that final line from your mandate. Communities of interest should be maintained as much as possible. This is clearly an important decision for this board, and you should not vote for a redistricting map tonight that does not meet these crucial constitutional requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Twyla Masterson.
Good evening, President Jackson, other trustees, and Dr. Scribner. First, I want to thank Dr. Scribner for making all sides of town feel included. You really don't know what that feels like unless you felt the impacts of that. And I want to uplift that here tonight. Thank you for making us all feel included. Now, I want to address two subjects tonight. The first is the District 4 election, which I feel it needs to be a special election and not an appointment. When you look at the citizens in District 4, that's their seat, it's their voice, it's their vote, it's their representation. So under Section 7, Item B tonight, as far as your agenda is concerned, it looks like you'll be discussing the appointment versus having a special election for that seat, and there should be no discussion. That is District 4's right to vote in their representation on May 7th. So please call a special election. Do the right thing by District 4 residents. Lastly, I want to take a little time to talk about adopting a new redistricting map. That's an impact, a 10-year impact on communities. Please make sure and I believe as so many others have spoke tonight, that we need to look at that process to make sure it's not only ethical, but that it does not hinder any constituencies in any of the 9-member districts. So please, in your consideration, when you're looking at those redistricting maps, make sure that they're equitable and fair for all constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to each of you for being here tonight and sharing your thoughts. We will move on to reports and presentations. We're up to our redistricting presentation. the redistricting process and review of proposed maps of 9 single-member districts.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you for. And I'm a redistricting lawyer. To my right is Jesse Gaines. He's also a redistricting lawyer. And Mr. De Leon is a very helpful member of the redistricting committee, which has done a terrific job. Going through the PowerPoint. As we've been through this before, the criteria that we have for drawing the plans was, the first one is always the equal protection clause, which means you have to equalize your population. That's why we're going through redistricting, and it's all based on the 2020 U.S. Census. And the reason we have to equalize it is because the equal protection clause of the Constitution says that everybody's right to vote should have equal weight. Second federal law that applies is the Federal Voting Rights Act, which says when you redistrict and redraw the districts, you cannot do it in such a way that it dilutes the voting strength of racial minorities. Those are the two major laws that govern this process. The third consideration is incumbency. Incumbency is always a valid consideration to make sure that the elected officials continue with the relationship with the community that they represent. The dialogue continues between elected official and constituents. The district should be compact and contiguous. What this basically is we should have districts that do not have donut holes in it or are not connected in some way. So they have to be compact and contiguous. And also a consideration is voting precincts. We try to minimize any voting precinct splits. I put it on there. It used to be a more important factor, but now with the technology that we have, every registered voter, when they submit a voter registration card, that voter registration card is connected to a ballot that tells you precisely who you vote for as a trustee, as a city council member, commissioner, senator, and congressman. So it's not as big as it used to be, but it still try to keep the voting precincts without splitting them so that's as to minimize confusion. And then, of course, the last consideration is communities of interest. We normally try to maintain communities of interest, talking about neighborhood associations, groups that organize to get the vote out. So that's a valid consideration, communities of interest. Now, we're going to talk about the process. The process that the trustees selected is to use a redistricting committee. And the members of the redistricting committee are right there for you to look at. I have to say, I've been doing a lot of redistricting. This redistricting committee was excellent. They were there, they paid attention. We got good feedback from this committee as to what they felt would be a good district for their community. So I have to say that they deserve a little round of applause or something, because this is a lot of work, and they weren't getting paid, they were just volunteering. And with that, sorry, go ahead.
If I could just add one thing, this process in terms of the committee members, and I want to say that all of the committee members, they were very concerned about their district. They also had a tremendous amount of knowledge about their particular district. And that knowledge that was brought to this process impacted the final product. And again, like Mr. Rios said, we should be extremely proud, and this board should be extremely proud of that committee that you appointed.
In that regard, I would like for Mr. De Leon, who was very active and provided leadership in the committee, to say a few words.
Thank you, Council Rios. I appreciate that. And just as you are quick to praise members of the committee, I would like to acknowledge the work that you and Mr. Castillo and Jesse Gaines did. You all providing us the guidance and counsel that we needed to produce this product is very much appreciated. Before I go into my remarks, we do have other members of the committee that are here. We have Ms. Araceli Chavez, who is on the committee, Ms. Alice Miller, Mr. Frank Moss, who is here, former city councilman, and former trustee Christine Moss, who is here. She was not on the committee, but nonetheless, I know probably had a conversation or two with Mr. Moss as he went through the process, right? Also, before I begin, let me thank all of you for your leadership. From one elected to another, I know that it's been extremely challenging governing in these times and conducting the work, the public's work, and so I appreciate all of what you all are doing. And I say that as a parent who has had children in Fort Worth ISD, so I appreciate it. Also to Dr. Scribner, thank you so much for your labors and your efforts here in the city of Fort Worth, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Now to the issue at hand, the redistricting process. I prepared some remarks. I didn't want to miss anything. And as all of you know, late last summer, you assembled a team of dedicated citizens to serve on this committee. I have been honored to serve on this committee, and of which is my second tour of duty. From day one, what I'm so most proud of, from day one, this committee set forth a couple of goals. Number one was to initiate a redistricting process that was honest, that was open, above board, and community-driven. We wanted the Fort Worth ISD redistricting process to be a model for redistricting on how it should be done. Sadly, we have too many examples of how it should not. You only need to look where I work at Tarrant County and the Texas legislature, whom let politicians draw their own districts, and the result has been disastrous for representation, minority voting rights, and communities of interest. With respect to Tarrant County and the state of Texas, there will be numerous lawsuits challenging those maps. Number two, to produce a work product that met constitutional muster and that in no way would violate the Voting Rights Act and become the basis of yet another redistricting lawsuit in the judicial system. I am proud to report we have achieved both of those aims. I come today in support of the work of our committee. The Redistricting Committee held 8 meetings. Also, individual members held meetings with councils to draw those particular lines. Additionally, the Redistricting Committee held 5 town hall sessions to offer public comment. 1 meeting was held virtually, and 4 sessions were held in person. These were conducted in Trustee Ramos's district at Northside High School, Trustee Evans in Arlington Heights, Riverside High School, and who the trustee has that area, and Dunbar. Consequently, the final product of the committee's work with public hearings is MAP E2. E2 received a unanimous vote from the Redistricting Committee at a virtual meeting held on Saturday, January the 15th. A board member contacted me and expressed concerns over percentages in a specific minority population, and ask that the committee review Plan E3. However, upon a thorough review, I can say that E2 has a higher Hispanic population and combined minority population for that district, and thus E2 is the best option for Fort Worth ISD. The E2 map honors communities of interest, considers and fully complies with the Voting Rights Act. Further, the committee has been made aware that E3 tears apart Southside Fort Worth neighborhoods unnecessarily, areas that I represent as Justice of the Peace and am very familiar with. These include Fairmount, Ryan Place, and the South Hemp Hill Heights neighborhoods. These areas are torn apart and separated, something that has never been done before with any other governmental entity, such as the City Council, County Commissioners Court, and JP Constable. Further, the Ryan Place and Fairmount neighborhoods strongly objected to map E3. I have a copy of their correspondence in the event you wish to review. Also, I believe they have generated emails to all of you objecting to Plan E3 and endorsing Plan E2. Finally, I can say that the committee did not consider partisan politics nor improper considerations such as residency of potential candidates at any point. I urge the passing of E2. E2 is the only map that was drawn by members of the Redistricting Committee and of which was the basis of public hearings and did receive community input. Thank you, Council Rios.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. I can say that we're getting ready to look at the plans that we've been discussing. I can say that every change that was made to your respective districts was made pursuant to a Zoom meeting with me, the software, and your representatives. No line was changed without the direction of your appointed committee members, and they were reflecting what they heard from the community.
Right, and one important thing, we did receive, the Riverside community had been split historically. And we, after much input from persons from that area, we were able to put Riverside back together, and I think we got tremendous acknowledgement from the Riverside community for that act, and we want to pass that along also. Thank you.
Let me see, I want to put up the map, the E2 map, if I can. I mean, the data. The data it shows on your PowerPoint that E2 has a deviation of 9.77, okay? And that's the first federal law that has to be complied with. And then it also has 6 minority districts and 3 non-minority districts. That's the second law that needs to be complied with. So E2 is the committee recommendation. It's legal, and the map that's up there, or was up there, there you go. The color is the plan, and the dark line is what we call the benchmark plan. In other words, what we started with, and so you can see how your district changed based on the recommendations of the committee. It's a constitutional plan, and it's the recommendation of the committee. The next map is again the same E2, but it has the voting precincts on it so that the trustees can get a sense of what the changes were and what precincts were moved from one district to the next. Next slide, please. This is Plan E3. This is another plan that we worked on, and E3 also complies with the federal law. It complies with the one-person, one-vote rule. Although the deviation is a little higher, it fully complies with the federal law. And it's got the 10% deviation under it, and then it has the minority districts just the way E2 has. The map that we have there is, again, E3 with the color being your existing districts and the dark line being your benchmark plan, and the color being the proposed districts. So you can see what changes are made. And the next slide, please. It's the same map, but it has the voting precincts. Now, I did add a third map, but sometimes it's challenging to read the map. Can you do the next one? Oh, that's it? Okay. It didn't, I guess that map didn't make the PowerPoint. It was basically a map of the districts with the blue line being E2 and the red line being E3. That is the presentation for you, trustees. And now the next step is decision time.
And before we move to that, we want to also say that these districts were based on the 2011 goal also, is that in 2011, the plans were submitted to the Justice Department for approval. And as all of you know, we no longer have pre-clearance that's been outlawed. It was declared unconstitutional. So therefore, we are certain that these plans that you'll be voting on today will meet all the constitutional muster, and they will pass with any objective body that will look at them on a higher level.
I think that's important. The plans being submitted to you maintain the spirit of the plans that were approved by the Justice Department. Thank you. We can answer more questions if you have any questions.
Trustees, do you have questions?
I do.
Trustee Evans?
Is there a set, or what is the set definition for community of interest? Does the code lay it out?
Well, it's kind of a term of art that is used generally in redistricting, and it's usually any community that seems to have a common interest, like a neighborhood association that that works politically together to get people elected, and it's a consideration that is valid and appropriate to be taken into account when you're drawing districts.
Right, and in essence, the term that we try to use is you preserve communities of interest, although the meaning of this term varies from state to state and from community to community. Yes. It typically means that district lines should not be drawn to divide population or communities with common interests. Consideration should be given to the social, language, cultural, ethnic, economic characteristics that the community members share. That's one definition.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Dr. Jacinto Ramos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Just one major question I'd like just for everyone to know, because I've asked the question. It's what we adopt today will impact District 4 in May, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report, and thank you for your hard work on this process. Is there, by law, is there a specific timeline based on the 2020 census and when we have to have this done by?
There is no specific timeline because the Board of Trustees of 4th ISD will not have a regular election to 2023, May. However, because you are going to maybe enter into a special election to replace the trustee from District 4, it mandates that this plan be put into place. You're trying to put a plan in place for that election so that you won't get into an unconstitutional plan.
In time when filing starts.
Right.
Thank you.
I want to thank, I'm sorry, Trustee Evans.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and just to clarify, that we don't have a requirement to adopt a redistricting plan, but for if we were to call for a special election for District 4, we would have to adopt a redistricting plan before that.
That's right, ma'am. You cannot conduct any future elections unless you're using the 2020 U.S. Census.
Thank you for that clarification.
If there are no other questions, I want to thank the redistricting committee. If the members of the redistricting committee would just please all stand up so we can give you one more round of applause and thank you appropriately. I also want to thank Mr. Rios, Mr. Gaines for leading this along with Mr. Castillo and Judge De Leon. Thank you so much, and thank you for taking the time to come down this evening and present to us.
Thank you. It was a pleasure, and want to thank Anael Lobanos for appointing me to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Trustee. All right.
At this time, which is 6:06 p.m., we will recess and reconvene in board conference room for executive session.
so far away. Didn't think I had a part to play. I used to let things bring me down. I would walk with my eyes to the ground. But I knew I could find a way to push through. Every word they'd say, I grew strong. I knew right from wrong, and now I feel it too. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. Now I wake up to a brand new day. I never wanna waste the time away. I don't wanna waste a second, it's true. I've got that rhythm, don't you feel it too? I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. Yeah, I'm alive. 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 I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. so far away. Didn't think I had a part to play. I used to let things bring me down. I would walk with my eyes to the ground. But I knew I could find a way to push through. Every word they'd say, I'd be strong. I knew right from wrong, and now I feel it too. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. Now I wake up to a brand new day. I never wanna wish the time away. I don't wanna waste a second, it's true. I've got that rhythm, don't you feel it too? I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened this meeting at 5:30 PM with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened, open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 9:15 PM with a quorum present. We're at action items, discussion, and action to approve resolution of the Fort Worth ISD District Board of Trustees adopting proposed maps of of 9 single-member districts. Trustee Dr. Jacinto Ramos.
Thank you, President Jackson. I'd like to make a motion to approve E2 with the slight modification to one of the precincts in District 4.
Do I have a second? Second from Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Dr. Ryan?
Do we need to designate what precinct that's coming from?
That- Yes, and does anybody have any discussion other than that? So it's precinct 1005. That's the modification to the map. Any other discussion? Trustee Ramos?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to it and just the entire process. I too, after having had some concerns for District 1, appreciated the collaborative nature from the committee members who took the time to jump back on and look at numbers, and it was an interesting journey for me. I wasn't fully aware of all that it took, and so that's where that deep appreciation comes from. I'll say I watched the videos from over 10 years ago, and I was horrified and promised myself that I would not create that kind of an environment. I think that this board works really, really well, has great dialogue, and for that I'm also appreciative. So with knowing that this is not the most favorable lines for District 1, it is, just to be completely clear, that it was our willingness to partner with District 9 Representative Trustee Martinez because of the Diamond Hill North Side had usually been together. But point made by her, and I was able to visit with Diamond Hill residents, they were in favor of that. What I didn't expect is the ramifications it would have for District 1 that would push us more west. That doesn't sit too well with folks in District 1 that I visit with regularly. And those that, know the political dynamics and what's happened in past and how we've gotten here. The reason why it was important for me to watch those videos over 10 years ago. So just wanted to state, I am definitely that board member who doesn't think District 1 are favorable, but I do think that it is attainable for future candidates there in a couple of years. It's also important to note that part of the reason that I think that this slight misalignment happened is I lost my representative on that committee when that person stepped down from another committee in this one. We lost that voice in the room to be able to champion District 1 needs and requests, but also the reason why we're even talking about District 4. My representative knows a person who had run in District 4 this last cycle, and there's a narrative that I will not perpetuate as long as I have a vote, that I have to vote my values. And this precinct was in District 4 before, and I'll say this publicly, there was no bad intentions from committee, no bad intentions from this board. We just asked legal questions around numbers, and I get it, I see it. And I also believe that just the same way we end up with districts looking like jigsaw puzzles, this is one that I don't think was a hard request just to stay aligned with my values and my moral compass. So while it may be perceived in a whole bunch of other different ways, I will cite that history has often proven that the politics in the background and the behind the scenes can give the optics that someone may have been intentionally cut out. I can say that that's not the case, but I believe that the one that we just proposed addresses 99+% of what the committee recommended, with just taking into account that this is a political process. People say they don't want this to be political. The very second we put a name on a ballot, let me speak for what's true for me. The very second I put my name on a ballot, it's political. I've got to go get votes. I've got to go raise money. And then I've got to be able to work with 7 other human beings in here. So I don't shy away from that conversation either. This is just being able to address what has historically happened in communities of color in here. I'm very sensitive to that neighborhood, as I know a lot of my colleagues are, and I know President Jackson, you spend a lot of time in District 4 as well. And I got to note, thank you, because I know you're championing efforts for District 4 right now on behalf of our late friend Daphne Brookins. So that's the reasoning. Totally believe in the transparency and how this board proceeds, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ramos. Trustee C.J. Evans.
Thank you. Trustee Ramos kind of touched on it briefly, but I too wanted to point out, I don't think the committee or anyone on the board wanted to cut anyone out of certain precincts, because the specific precinct that we're talking about, the idea to change it was proffered 2 days before Trustee Brookins' untimely death. So the timing is, and all the little nuances surrounding it is just unfortunate, but and so I want to reiterate the thanks given to the committee and to council in coming up with Plan E2. But out of an abundance of caution, I will be voting for E2 modified, so we can make sure everything's pointing in the right direction.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table for map E2 modified with the change splitting the district of 1005, which is currently in District 2, and will now move to District 4. Please proceed to voting unless we have any other discussion. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Trustee
President Jack, if I can just
Ramos?
add again,
Yes.
it's important to note that what we do here impacts this election for the community to know. It's not something that would happen next election cycle. It's going to happen this May, assuming that we vote for a special election. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for making that point, Trustee Ramos. And that's one of the reasons that we've worked so hard to get the redistricting committee to move, and that's why we're here tonight as well. Motion by Trustee Ramos, seconded by Trustee Phillips. Please move to voting. I only need one more vote. And the motion passes 4 yeas and 3 nays. Actually, now we're at 4 yes, 4 no.
Hang on.
So the motion fails. Do I have another motion? Trustee Dar?
I would like to move to accept the E2 map that was approved by the redistricting committee.
Do I have a second? Trustee Luevanos on the second, Trustee Dar moving with a motion to approve the E2 map that was delivered by the redistricting committee, seconded by Trustee Luevanos. Any discussion? Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Jackson. Here we go again. I knew what I was signing up for when I put my name on the ballot. And in no way was I disillusioned to believe that this was going to be sunshines and daffodils and there was going to be no issues I was going to have to confront here or any of that. I knew it was hard work. I was very glad to pick up the torch that was so highly lifted by my predecessor, because I knew how important it is to fight for children, to do this right, to have people in the room that are going to have best interests in mind of the folks that we represent. And yet we're here again. And it feels like time after time during this entire term, it's just been one thing after another, to where the true colors are being shown all the time. I give benefit of the doubt. I represent all my colleagues out in the community as well as I can, talking about the intentions and everything. And then again and again, I look like the fool because people in my neighborhoods get to point back at the facts while I get to point to conjecture. Well, I know that person, and I know their heart, and I know that they trying to do the right thing, and yada, 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 and I give all of this fluff and all these things, but nevertheless, when it comes back down to time for brass tacks, for something to actually occur, here we are again. Dr. Ramos and Trustee Evans did a masterful job of laying out, their personal I statements as to the way they felt and what they planned to do and why they were voting the way that they were voting. I didn't feel the need to be able to do that at the moment, but I am so grateful for the words that y'all did say. Those sentiments absolutely echo for me as well. Because my vote, my second of that motion and my vote a moment ago was attempting to make sure that justice was intact, that we were doing the right thing by people. Because time and time again, what ends up happening is, particularly to people of color, particularly to black people, they're left out. We're left out. And me put my hero cape on, thinking I'm gonna be able to be in here and I'm gonna be able to save the day somehow. I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna do right by people, and because people are kind-hearted and they can listen to facts and they can understand that we don't want to disenfranchise folks. We want to change the narrative. I'm thinking that's what's going to occur, and yet we get right back here to where we can just do small things sometimes, just to rewrite the narrative, just to say, you know what? Let's just make sure everyone has a fair shot. Because we're going to look devious again. We're going to look maniacal. We're going to look intentional. And that's what we look yet again. That we can't just simply be inclusive the way that we say in public that we're going to be. If I ask any one of you in public, do you care? Absolutely. You're going to unequivocally say you do. If I say you about race equity, you're going to tell me that you are. If I tell you that you're willing to fight for people across this whole district to make sure everyone has a fair shot, you're going to scream from the mountaintop, amen, I'm with you. And then it gets down to a vote to be able to do something about when we see injustice occurring and we split again. What are we doing? This makes no sense to me. It really doesn't. That this is where we are yet again. Simple fixes to make sure that everyone is included. That everyone's voice can be heard. That it is a fair process. That we take it out of our hands and we let the people decide how they want to be represented. And the fact that their vote and their voice does matter. And what we do is we get scared and we decide we need to put it back in our hands again. So no, I'm going to vote no to this. It may be tied again. I may lose, whatever the case. I don't know what it looks like, but I just cannot sit here and be that guy that sat idly by yet again while black people got screwed over. Because that's what's about to happen. Yet again, it's about to happen. Lines drawn also intricately to ensure that yet another black man screwed over. We're sitting in this boardroom. We got a chance to write the history we actually want to write. We sitting there fighting right now for voting rights acts and everything else in this nation right now. And we're elected officials, and we have the opportunity to do something about at least our neck of the woods, and we succumb to the same crap that's happening all over again. But I bet everybody had a good MLK Day the other day.
That's right.
You might have got your pretty quote out there, but when it was time to do the work that he's talking about, and he spoke very specifically about gerrymandering, the right to vote, the disenfranchised, people having the opportunity, and we showed our true colors yet again. All that to say, I'll vote no, I'll rest my time, and we can continue our process. Thank you, President Jackson.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Dr. Jacinto Ramos.
Yeah, I just, appreciate that, Trustee Phillips, because I'm not confused what we're doing here, how it happened, it's like in the Matrix. Like when you see the green letters and the green numbers, I'm not confused. And I want to say publicly, like I believe that, I've always believed, especially working with young people, they're checking for receipts. This vote is a receipt for me. That anyone that ever wants to try to say I'm anti-black, I want it publicly. I want District 4 to know I fought for you. I fought for the black community because those receipts matter. And I'm born and raised here like most of us are too. And I spent a lot of time there, and I want to look at that community in the face and say, I heard you, and I also know that your voter turnout is low. I know that your voice has not always been heard, but I'm willing to pick up that battle to do it in here. And I tried to model working collaboratively. I'm telling you, District 1 is not a good district cut. And that was me. I'm just, oh man, like I think it begins with even acknowledging the pain and the hurt in the black community. This vote is an opportunity for me to acknowledge that for Fort Worth black community. Man, you got me, my dude. I'm gonna leave it there too. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, Trustee Ramos. Trustee Roxanne Martinez.
I want to thank first and acknowledge all the work of the committee, and I know that they, put a lot of time and effort into drawing these maps, and so I thank them for that. I know that we sought out public comment and information from the community, but I also want to thank Trustee Ramos and Trustee Evans, Trustee Phillips for just speaking their truth, and just like Dr. Ramos said, elevating the voices of the community that we don't often hear. And in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he said the time is always right to do what's right. And we heard concerns that were brought up, and again, for the most part, we, like I said, the committee did put a lot of time and effort into drawing these maps, and they did a great job. But to hear a trustee come in and elevate or an attempt to elevate a community's voice, to me, it's very important that we listen to all of our communities, especially the communities have been the most disenfranchised. And so I just want to express that I will also be voting no for E2. But again, I thank the committee for their work and would just like to make sure that we're elevating all communities.
Please move to voting. Motion is for map E2. Trustee Dar made the motion, seconded by Trustee Luevanos. And the motion fails. Do we have another motion? Motion is now posted. 4 yes, 4 no. Motion fails. Any other?
Can I make the same motion I made before?
You are welcome to, sir.
So I'd like to put that first motion back out there. Yeah. Hey, this is healthy democracy. I'm not tripping. So I guess I need a second.
Trustee Ramos has moved for E2 modified with the second from Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes 5-3 with the second time around. Trustee Ramos, good move. Any other discussion? We'll move on to B, consider and take possible action on process to fill vacancy for District 4. Do I have a motion?
I'll make well, Dr. Ryan, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Ryan. Second is, do I have a second? Second, Trustee Evans. Any discussion? Legal.
Yes, Madam Board President. The motion was to fill it, but if Trustee Ryan could describe I guess the process in filling it, whether it's by appointment or to call a special election.
I move that we call a special election for District 4.
Thank you, sir.
Motion's on the table to call a special election for District 4. Moved by Trustee Ryan and seconded by Trustee Evans. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving to discussion and action to approve adoption of resolution and order of special election for District 4. Trustee Bryan and Trustee Ramos with the motion and the second. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving to D, discussion and action to approve resolution and order for election services for the May 7th, 2022 Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Education special election. Moved by Dr. Ryan. Need a second? Second by Trustee Evans. Any discussion? Move to voting, please. And the motion passes unanimously. The time is 9:40 p.m., and this meeting is adjourned.